Okay, copy. Nice work, Kayla. If you also could, when you have a free hand, check your HECA on.
Okay. Got a green HECA light.
Copy. Thank you for the HECA light. And Roger, just confirm your gauntlets are in place after your green hook. You're going to translate to the 3 Alpha IEA as well on the radiator side, station aft.
Copy, my gauntlets are down. And just get ready to go across the storage.
All right, we've got a great camera view of both of you, and Raja, you're just going to head over over the Zenith side of the IEA, station aft.
GoPro's on.
I think my tether just caught underneath there.
All right, I'm happy with the ride for now. I think I'll maybe tighten actually the outboard strap real quick, and then the mounting bracket has very kindly presented itself.
Yeah, it's ready to get to work, huh? Okay, nice job with the bag, and also I have a reminder here that you can turn on and stow the GoPro, and just let us know where you place it.
It's on, and I'm just going to leave it tethered to the bag.
Copy. Thank you.
And I think I'm going to take a second to put down my BRT. Get a little more stability here. Get that mounting bracket back over here.
Okay, and I've got my eyes on whiff 26, which is my destination.
Affirm, yes. And when you get to whiff 26, you want to install the WIFX, and you will clock it to 6. I'll remind you again when you get there and give you the rest of the settings when you're ready.
I've got the mounting bracket, and I'm going to start going for the upper right strut.
Okay, so before you start on that, we would like a glove, hat, and gauntlet check, and then we'll get into the upper triangle.
Okay, that's going to work. I'll check my gloves now.
If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th Spacewalk in support of International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla, Barron, and Chari have begun a spacewalk to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for an upcoming solar array upgrades.
In place. All right, so yes, we are going to start on the upper triangle build, and you said you have the mounting bracket, and yep, it's going to be the right upper strut from bag straps 1 and 2. Those are in the upper left corner, as you're seeing them.
The duo exited the airlock this morning, starting the EVA at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, and now have translated to the Starboard truss to the S4 worksite. Barron and Chari are now taking struts and brackets out of their stowage space and will begin the build out for the mount. The main focus will be on the installation of a 3A modification kit, but then they will then go to the S6 truss to tie back multi-layer insulation for spare battery charge-discharge units.
Pitch knob is popped out. And working on 5 for the WFX extension.
Copy, 6 Golf 5. Those are your settings, and thanks for the pull twist test.
This is the 4th set of brackets, first one on the starboard side of the vehicle. A modification kit is the support structure needed for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
Bracket right side, and that's the one to remember. You have that strut tab that needs to go under the mounting bracket guide. The pieces should be flush together.
You'll hear some acronyms today. I'm sure you've heard BRT.
Before I do the Golf 5, I'm thinking maybe I'll set up the APFR settings just so it's easier to reach it.
Okay, copy that. Settings 12, Tango Tango, Fox 12.
12 is set.
I got M13 and 14 hand started.
Okay, copy. M13 and 14.
4 turns.
We're looking for 4 turns, and I've got PGT settings. Actually, you've already hand started them, so next you're going to retrieve the left upper strut from the bag, and that's the one on the right side, straps 3 and 4.
You'll hear acronyms today, just like spoken previously. Raja Chari mentioned his APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, that will help him during the assembly today. The crew is at the proper work site and are starting the 3A upper bracket build.
And Raja and Kayla, I've got a warning for you here just about the strut builds. The misaligned or fractured pit pin spring may present a sharp edge. Inspect pit pins before actuating, please.
I do.
Copy.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to install the left upper strut L2 to the center pad L2. And then I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
I'm going to try to hand start M17.
Okay, copy. Just let us know how many turns.
The APFR is 12, Tango Tango Fox 12. I have not done the WIFX extension yet. I'm going to get my BRT right off there first, untangle with my safety tether, then I'll work on the WIFX extension.
Okay, copy that. And for the APFR, please verify that pitch knob has popped out.
It did pop out. Yep, good news.
Good
Took
news.
a little bit of force.
Okay,
All right,
copy.
I'm hand started one turn on M17.
Copy, one turn M17. PGT settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Roger.
You'll hear the duo today talk about their PGT or their pistol grip tool. They'll use that to bolt and unbolt things today.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
And Kayla, that's Bravo 1, Uno, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Oh. Much better. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set.
That is a good readback. You are going to drive M17 to torque for a total of 7 to 9 turns. So we're looking for 6 to 8 more turns.
Via Kayla's Barron's helmet cam.
I have 10 additional turns, black line flush, green light, 11.9 for torque.
Copy, 11.9 on the torque. 10 additional for 11 total turns, and the black line is flush. That is a good bolt to M17. Okay, now I know we just drove the bolt on the left upper strut, but once your PGT is put away, you can release the ret from the right strut. The ret from the right strut.
Understand. That's gonna work.
And Kayla, if you can see my safety tether, I think it just spun up above my helmet. I'll try to come down a little bit and clear it while I was rotating around the WIFX here.
I see it. It's kind of caught behind your L hip. Oh, there you go. That's clear. Just let it retract. It should tighten back up. And I
EV1, EV2.
removing the ret from the upper right strut.
That is a good readback. And once that is off, you can install the center pad MLI and pit pin.
Pins installed, working on MOI.
All right, WIFX and APFR are installed to the 5, and you know where you're at, Kayla, in terms of coming over there to help you.
Actually, nice job on the APFR and WIFX. Raja, we need you to pause. Just give your Medox a second, so just stand by and pause EV2. And EV1, will you repeat your last call, please?
Pins in place, MLI's in place, and I will move on to M15, 16.
Okay, now we're going to assemble the left upper strut to the mounting bracket. And so we want to install the left upper strut L8 to the mounting bracket left side. And again, make sure that same slide tab is under the mounting bracket guide.
We are currently in between satellites, but we should have signal back to the EVA shortly.
And Kayla, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I've got 4 turns by hand on M15, and I'm going to see if I can get M16 and engage 1 turn, and then I'll go for my PGT.
Copy. 4 turns by hand on M15 and working M16 now.
Okay, I've got 1 turn by hand on M16, and I'm just going to reposition the triangle a little bit, and then I'll grab my PGT.
Copy. 1 turn by hand on M16. Standing by with PGT settings.
Ready for settings.
Hey, your PGT settings are Bravo 3, clock 2. And we're going to drive M16 first.
Right, Bravo 3, clockwise 2 step.
And starting with M16, you're going to drive 16 and 15 to torque. You have a go.
Turn.
And M16 should be about 25 total turns, so 24-ish more. And Raja, how's your HAP doing?
That is dry.
Copy, dry HAP, thank you.
All right, I got a red light, low torque, 21.24 turn, and that matched my count of 22 turns. Figured I should try it again.
Okay, stand by. Copy, red light, low torque. And yes, with Bravo 3, clock 2, you have a go to hit it again. And copy 22 more turns for a total of 23.
All right, I hit it again. Green light, 18.2 for torque, and I got maybe an eighth of a turn out of that additional hit.
Copy, green light, 18.2 on the torque, and an eighth of a turn for 23 and an eighth. And how's the black line doing?
Black line is flush.
Copy, black line is flush. You can move on to M15, looking for about 21 more turns, drive that one to torque.
Currently seeing views of Kayla Barron using that pistol grip tool. They'll be using it throughout today's spacewalk. And that is essentially a space drill that is used to help secure and release bolts during the spacewalk.
And then we can move over to help Kayla out, building the triangle.
Gloves look good. And gauntlets are down. Copy, I'll start heading Kayla's way.
And, yeah, I guess we still have 2 bolts to drive.
And Roger,
it's pretty close, though.
Actually, yeah, you can
light,
stand.
And I got another low.
I'll stay here. I can start getting the APFR if you want.
Yeah, you can stay there and start working on ingress in the APFR. And Kayla, you stand by. You can go ahead and hit it again.
Red light, low torque, and that was okay. Okay, now I got a green light, 18.3 on the torque, and that was 0 additional turns.
And Can we get the initial turn count and the black line?
Black line flush. Yeah, I started at 4 turns, and then we got 20 additional turns for a total of 24.
Copy. 20 additional for a total of 24. Green light, black line flush on M15. Okay, Kayla, you can release your ret from the left strut. You can release the ret from the left strut.
Release.
All right, you can install the mounting bracket.
Get back to M1314.
You can install the mounting bracket MLI.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mounting bracket MLI.
Okay, roger that.
Now 1 hour into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones. The spacewalk began at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 Eastern, when suits were switched on to internal power. Barron and Chari have now arrived at their workstation and have begun the upper 3A bracket build-out.
Kayla, I think I'm in the APFR. It feels like there's something behind my left leg, though. I'll give you a chance.
Your safety cover is between your legs.
That's what it is. Okay. It'll be a factor for up here when I come back, so I can fix it.
I agree. All right, I've got the MLI on the left side. Mounting bracket.
Copy that. Now we're going to go and torque the right upper strut to the mounting bracket. And I've got some PGT settings for M14 and 13 when you're ready.
For settings.
All right, you're looking for Bravo 3, clock 2. And you're going to drive M13 and 14 to torque in any order.
Green light, 18.4. Black line is flush, and that was 2-1 turn additional.
All right, on which bolt?
13.
M13, 18.4, 21 additional for 25 turns. Green light, black line flush. You have a go for 14. And Raja, while you're up there, no sudden moves on the mass canister or the mod kit. Move slowly on the BGA. And maximum lateral loads are not a whole lot, so be gentle up there. Avoid cyclic loading. And do not impart forces into the mod kit struts when not fully installed. I'll give you guys a call when it's fully installed. And battery and adapter plate cables on the IEA are potential snag hazards.
green line, right, black line flush, 18.4, 0 turns additional.
And I believe I copied 20 additional turns for 24 total green light and a black line that's flush. Okay, that's a good M13 and 14. Please verify after you put your PGT away, verify the center pad MLI and pit pin.
Center pad MLI and pit pin look good, and the MLI on the mounting bracket side is in work.
Stand by on the other MLI.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, just the center pad MLI and pit pin, and then you're going to move the long PGT. So once you've verified those.
Center pad MLI and pit pin look good, and understand need to grab the long PGT.
Okay, Kayla, actually you have a go.
We're kind of on edge making that call whether to come over.
That's okay, sorry.
There you go ahead, Ike.
I was going to say, you can do that MLI now if you want to, or you can just leave it for Raja to do. So your choice, and then we're going to move the long PGT, the one with the 7/16 6-inch wobble.
For Raja.
Yeah, concur.
I do that. I'll leave it for Raja because it should be a little bit easier for him. And I'm working on the PGT now.
Okay, yep, you're going to move the long PGT from the strut bag to the right upper strut handrail, stanchion nearest the center pad. And there is a ret and adjustable in the bag that you can use. All right, Roger, don't worry. We're getting to you soon.
No worries. One thing I did notice, Ike, is I've got the ingress aid pulled back, but I can't actually push it down as I can't reach the knob to unlock it to get it to go down.
Okay, copy that. If you do want to compress it even just a couple inches, sometimes you can, as you twist.
Pull it back, though.
Copy, pull back. Try twisting the handle a little bit, kind of yaw it. As you push down, that might collapse it an inch or two.
I have to keep trying that, but not get much motion out of it.
Okay,
if I didn't have the mass caster here, I could bend over and do it, but I can't bend over without my helmet hitting the mass caster.
Okay,
all right,
roger
the
that.
long PGT is in place.
Okay, copy that, Kayla. And Raja, it's just a reminder that ingress aid, we're tucking it because we've seen it knock that BRT tab loose and dislodge BRT. So just be aware of that. All right, so we're going to set up to hand off the upper triangle so that we can install to the mass canister. Let's see. So now, Kayla, we're going to transfer the upper triangle with the PGT to EV2, and you can leave them on the bag. It's a ret in series.
So let me know when you got visibility on the triangle.
I can see part of it, but can't quite reach it yet.
I'm going to work on rotating it around a bit to give you the right side first.
Just over 1 hour and 7 minutes into today's spacewalk, Barron and Chari are currently focusing on the build-out of the 3A bracket for the solar array modification kit. The new solar arrays, which are set to be delivered to the space station on upcoming commercial resupply service missions, are a larger version of the rollout solar arrays, or ROSA technology, and will ultimately increase the station's total available power from 160 kilowatts up to 215 kilowatts. We do have a special guest with us today on the line. Jeremiah McNatt is a photovoltaic technology lead. Hi, Jeremiah.
Hi, Shaniqua.
Pointing up. And so remember how this mechanism works. You're going to engage the left side first,
Thank you for
And
having
it's
me on
up and
today.
down to engage it. If it doesn't slide all the way in, it's up and down a little bit till they're engaged, and then you're going to pivot it to the right to engage the soft dock.
Jeremiah, can you please explain to us what photovoltaic technology lead is?
Certainly. I'm the photovoltaic technology lead at NASA Glenn Research Center, where we do a lot of research and development efforts for new photovoltaic devices through arrays.
Actually,
And
Kayla,
my role
before
as the
we do
tech
the
lead
PGT,
is to
if you could power
oversee
cycle
all the projects that we have that we're working on, look for new ideas and new concepts to start to pursue in the future, and then support flight missions such as what's happening with the IROSA arrays and with Gateway and Artemis to photovoltaic systems on the lunar surface.
That is amazing. And you did mention just now the IROSA solar arrays. Why are they important technology for us right now?
ROSA and the IROSA arrays are super important. As you said at the beginning, they're going to add more power to the space station. The ROSA arrays were developed over the past 10 years or so, and we've seen in the past couple years a demonstration on space station, and they were just used on the DART mission. And the benefits of ROSA is that you can store a lot more solar array in a much smaller package. So the arrays that are being deployed with iROSA are about 20 kilowatts each, and they're stowed in one very small, compact rolled tube that can then be put into different commercial resupply vehicles. So a much easier way to get a lot of power up into space. We're going to continue that when we use them on Gateway, on the power and propulsion element, and also maybe on the lunar surface.
Okay, copy, Roger. Good job on getting that soft dock. I've got some PGT settings for you when you're ready.
That's awesome, Jeremiah. And I know you mentioned the Gateway. Can you explain a little bit about Gateway and how the technology that you guys are looking at now will help for future exploration in deep space?
Certainly. So I'll first talk a little bit about iROSA to Gateway.
Okay, and then it's going to be
the iROSA arrays are around 20 kilowatt each. The arrays that are going to be on Gateway on the power and propulsion element are 30 kilowatts each. So a little bit larger, about 50% larger in size. And what's really unique and what's different between what's happening on Space Station and what's going to happen on Gateway is that when the power and propulsion element of Gateway is launched, those arrays will open autonomously. They'll open on their own. Currently, what people are seeing right now on Space Station is an adapter bracket is being installed, an installation bracket, and then later on, when those iROSA arrays make it up to Space Station, they will be deployed with support of the astronauts. For Gateway, they'll be deployed on their own and will provide power throughout that mission. The power and propulsion element is just one of the different components of Gateway. There's also going to be other modules that will attach to it. And while that's orbiting the moon, it's going to be a great stopping point and a stepping off point for astronauts to go to the lunar surface, to continue to do research on the moon, and then also eventually be able to be used to let us go further out, to go to Mars, and to continue to explore the solar system.
And that's amazing. Thank you, Jeremiah, for your time this morning. That's Jeremiah McNett, the photovoltaic technology lead, going over some of the great work that these modification and iROSA solar arrays will help do on the International Space Station and our future with the Gateway. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Thank you. 2 turns each,
Thank you.
5 through 8. And with the same PGT settings and 2 turns on all 4 bolts, now we can drive M5 through 8 to torque a minimum of 3 additional turns.
Buddy, driving all 3 torque, that's 3 additional turns. Start with M5.
And an update, the crew is complete with the 3A upper bracket build task and are beginning the installation of the center pad to the mast canister.
But you guys are already getting some interesting lighting conditions up there. Just do what you got to do.
AM 5, 4.7 additional turns, good green light, and 3.1.
Copy. Was at 4.7 additional turns, green light on M5.
Like 5.3 turns on M8, good green light, 3.6.
Copy. 5.3 additional turns for 7.3 total green light on M8.
M6, 5.3 turns, good green light, 3.8.
M6, 5.3 green light.
And M7, 5.1 turns, green light, 3.7.
Copy. 5.1 additional for 7.1 total on M7 with a green light. That's a good M5 through 8. Okay, Roger. Now you're going to transfer the long PGT with the RET and adjustable combo from the upper triangle to Kayla.
Work on getting in position for that, Roger.
And Kayla, you're going to stow that on your swing arm.
Roger.
Once you get control of it, I'll take the other side of the red off. It's above your head. Trying to put the socket down in front of you.
I got it.
All right. Once you have a red out, let me know and I'll let go of this one.
I'm back. Okay, I've got a mini workstation red on it.
Okay. It's coming back.
Okay.
It's back at the PGT.
Okay. Got it wound around the mounting bracket red, so I'm just going to work on undoing that.
Roger that, Kayla. Take your time, and that's going on your swing arm. And Roger, you're going to release the mounting bracket RET when you're ready. Working on my swing arm here.
Mounting bracket red's coming back to the bag.
All right, Roger, and we're a minute 45 seconds to hand over. If you can verify the grounding pip pins, there should be 2 are installed into the grounding block, and the MLI for the left and right upper strut is closed. And I believe we left that left upper strut MLI for you to do.
I'm working on that right now. Both grounding pit pins are installed, and I'm just tightening the MLI now. And then my eyes closed. I think I'm good to get out of the APFR. Is that correct, Mike?
In just a second, yes. Verify the upper triangle is not rotated up.
It's not. It is down towards my waist.
Copy. And then once you're both able, we'll take glove, hap, and gauntlet checks from you, and then you can egress the APFR and adjust 25 seconds to a handover, and I'll catch you on the other side.
When I do this APFR egress, Kayla, I may need your eye.
And EV1, EV2, Houston's back with you.
I got gloves. Same as baseline with the exception of there's some new smudging. It looks like maybe some of the labels on the struts are kind of rubbing off onto my gloves because I can see some mirror image letters on my fingers. But everything else looks good. My hap is dry and my gauntlets are down.
Copy. Dry hap, good gauntlets. And for EV1's gloves, you've got some smudging. You believe it's ink from the strut labels.
Good copy.
And for EV2, you've got a dry hat, gauntlets are down, and some smudges on my right pinky, ring finger, and index finger, and left ring finger. Just some like smudge marks.
Copy. Dry hat, good gauntlets, and smudges on the right pinky, index, and ring finger, and left ring finger.
And with that, I'm going to egress the APFR if you're ready.
You have a go to egress. And I've got...
I got eyes on your grinder. And be mindful of your safety feathers between your legs, so you may want to...
That's why I'm...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can see it in the camera view too. And so you may want to point your feet back toward your fair lead on the corner of the IEA and try to work it back between your legs into the front.
Move your heel outboard. I'll kick it back. Yep, there you go. Inboard. Yep, now it's back in front.
Thanks.
And it's kind of crossing over the right side of your body.
Now 1 hour and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones today.
I didn't know if you, I think normally you would have wanted to tether off your right side.
Yep. Let's go off my left.
So far today, the crew has gotten to their work site, completed a 3A upper bracket build out, and now has begun the installation of the center pad to the mast canister. They're currently doing a hap and glove check.
There you go. Off to your right now.
Thanks. That should be good now. I got to go into 12 Papa Hotel, 12 on APFR, and shrink into WIFX.
Yep.
Good APFR settings.
Upper left strut. Correction, mid left strut.
And confirm, Roger, you said adjusting the WIFX extension to 1.
Correct.
Copy. And then, hey, before you get back in the APFR, if you want to run a fairlead down to that outboard aft corner of the IEA, that's off to your right. That may also help keep your tether in a good config.
Yeah, let me do that while I'm down there doing the APFR or the VFX.
Perfect.
Good idea.
And then last one, and I'll remind you before you get back in, if you want to loosen the friction on the ingress aid a little bit, that might help you tuck it away. And copy, Kayla, I heard you say you're grabbing that left mid-strut, straps 12 and 13, bottom right side of the bag.
Got it ready to go.
Copy. And so just something for you guys to think over. He can ingress, and then you can pass it, or you can pass it to him, and then he ingress the APFR. Over to you guys. You are going to do a ret swap on that one to Raj's BRT.
We plan on the ingress. Over.
Copy. You said ingress before the handoff?
Yeah.
Currently in an orbital nighttime, we see Chari and Barron using their helmet lights to fully install brackets. Excuse me, we see Barron and Chari as they install the 3A center pad to the mast canister. The crew has completed the center pad install, and they are now moving on to the installation of the left struts.
Lead came up again, so when I'm done setting this, I'm going to go back and maybe put an adjustable down there.
Roger that.
We copy. Yeah, so you loosen the friction on the ingress aid. Yeah, just enough so that you can push it down and it'll stay where you leave it.
All right, we got 12, Papa, Hotel 12. The lift X is back down to 1.
Copy. Those are good settings and confirm the pitch knobs popped out.
They pop out, yep. I'm going to go work on trying to put this tether somewhere it doesn't keep snagging on me.
Roger, you may want to give your waist tether a tug just to get it a little higher. You reel? There you go. I wanted to get caught behind you again.
Thanks. I popped off this handrail, so it's behind my legs, though.
It's crossing your body over your left knee right now. There you go. You should see it now coming around.
Tally, thanks. Time to pause here. I can go ahead and put an adjustable down with this fairly.
If you like it, I love it. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Kayla.
No problem. Waste the time.
Yep, take your time, Roger, and then if you could, let us know the handrail that you put the adjustable on, or where you put it.
That's inboard recessed one.
The one just
42.
Say again, Roger.
242.
Is that 2242?
I think it's the place that. Yep, yeah, it was the original one we were going to set. It's just I put an adjustable there instead of wrapping it around.
Copy, yep, an adjustable on 2242.
What eyes on you for the thin grass grinder?
Okay.
Watch that roll pedal.
Thank you.
Reels. Yeah, there you go.
Around here. I think the roll changed on me, did it? Cool.
Might be pushing the yaw pedal right now. There, it looks square
Yeah,
again.
that's all fault. Okay, yep. Want to make sure.
Watch that yaw pedal.
Unfortunately, I made this ingress aid too loose now.
Yeah, Roger, and if you got to leave it rigid, that's fine. We'll just keep an eye on that BRT.
Well, definitely gave you a hard time bending over before, so I don't want to dance that since this time I have to bend over for those bolts down the line.
Yep. And then just a reminder, Raja, not to use the mod kit for the APFR ingress or egress. Gotta say it.
No, understood. That's why it's taking me trying to avoid touching that triangle. Let me tighten it a little bit more here. Way enough I can still move it. I think I'm in on the right. No?
Right heel doesn't look locked into me. Might be in too deep. Maybe if it feels good, I have kind of a weird angle.
First station. The left is in. Nope, you're right. The right's not quite in.
And I don't think your left is in either. I think you have your toes in too deep.
Okay.
So you need to back the one you're going to actuate out before you rotate inboard. Maybe try wedging one toe and then working the other heel, and then circle back for the first one.
Okay.
And a little, if you're working your left, you might be in a little too deep, so back your toe out a little bit. You working your left foot right now?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, you're in too deep, so I would start again with your heel out and up. Okay, now there you go. Now rotate inboard. Further, till it drops down. Almost there. Rotate further inboard. And you might need to back your toe out. Now rotate in. That's right.
Almost like my toe got wedged in there.
There you go. That's the roll pedal. I don't think anything's blocking you.
No,
I think your toes are
just going in too deep.
Yeah, your toes are in too deep. So you need to keep your heel back, rotate your heel inboard till it drops down. Then come forward.
And hey, Raja, one other thing that helps to keep your feet flat to the boot plate. It's tempting to lean forward and look at your toes, but actually squat down a little bit, put some bend in your knees, and even slightly lean back, just a tad.
On my right side.
Okay. I don't have great visibility on it because of where your safety tether reel is, but I might be able to check once you think you're in.
Okay, I think the left's in.
That looks good, Brandon.
Right, I think I'm in too deep.
I agree.
I'm caught on my reel or something. It feels...
If you want, you could kick your reel out to the right with your foot. I don't think it's in your way. Your safety tether's between your legs again. You'd have to sweep your foot, your right toe inboard and behind it. You've got to cross more toward your left if you want to capture it, or maybe pull on your waist tether. It's almost there.
Under the boot plate, it seems like.
Yeah, you might be able to catch it with your right toe. If you move your toe towards your left foot. You're almost there. Yep, there you go.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Mission Control Houston. We're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th Spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla, Barron, and Chari have ventured outside the space station to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for upcoming solar array upgrades.
I've got pressure on the tops of my feet, but I think I'm mistaken for the top of the suit. I think it's next to the BSI, but anyways.
Go off in now, though.
All right. And I can collapse.
Nice work, Raja.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
Way to stick with it.
Go a little higher. This is going to get my BRT red on it.
Hey, firm, you're going to red swap and then stow that one on your BRT.
To recap some of the milestones, at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA astronaut Kayla, Barron, and Chari turned their suits onto battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk. They are currently working on the Starboard 4 truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mass canister. They are currently working on the left struts.
All right, Kayla, looks like you're back to the bag, grabbing the left lower strut, straps 5 and 6.
And work.
Ready for the lower?
And Raja, once you've got that mid-strut on your BRT and out of the way, tuck and, if you can, collapse that ingress aid.
Already done.
Copy. And now you're going to retrieve the left lower strut and pass that to Raja. And Raja, you want...
I've got my hands on the left lower.
And you're going to ret to the handrail
stanchion.
Nearest the clevis end of the left lower strut.
Yep, I've got that. It's the same stanchion that has the wire tie on it. And I've got control of it, and I've got my red on it.
I'm going to release the bag rep. It's released.
Okay.
Of the strut.
I have the strut.
Okay, Kayla, you can translate to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mass canister left side. Hey, we're 5 minutes to sunrise. And then, Raja, If you can verify the grounding pit pin is removed from the strut stow location.
The pin is actually in, if you can see in my camera, so you want that out, correct? That they need to put that into the mounting bracket.
Affirm, we like it removed.
It's removed now.
Copy. Okay, Kayla, once you get to that Saab launch bracket, you're going to report the spherical bearing alignment, and remember that's a pitch point. Keep your fingers clear of the lower strut pad and BGA interface when you guys go to install this bolt.
It looks pretty straight to me.
Okay, we copy. That's good news. So now we're going to work together to install the left lower strut M21 to the Saab launch bracket.
Hey, Roger, if you want to start working the...
Coming towards you.
Very nice. All right, we need to go zenith. And if you could push your end a tiny bit toward the mass canister. Good right there.
Okay.
A little more zenith. Okay. Maybe, yeah, that's good for now.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to hand start M21, 4 turns, and I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
And started 4 turns.
Copy, hand starting 4 turns on M21, and I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
It's already done 4 turns. And
Copy.
do I start driving now, or does Roger do his end first?
Yep, copy 4 on M21, and so we're going up to Raja.
Standing by.
Copy.
Okay, we're going to...
PGT, looks like I'm doing Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and 2 turns on M22.
Copy. I'll use the PGT, so I'm going to count it.
And Kayla, you're going to PGT Bravo 7, clockwise 2 next.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
Okay, good count, 41.1 volts. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 for Raja. And this is that bolt that has the multiple diameters, and so you've got to get the thinner part that threads through, and then the larger part has to come through. So there's going to, you can kind of wiggle to get that bolt all the way through the different brackets there. And then you want to put 2 turns on M22, Bravo 1, clock 2.
Okay, thin back line is flush, here comes 2 turns. Okay, 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns on M22. And Kayla, we're going over to you now. We're going to drive M21 to torque. And again, it was Bravo 7, clock 2, so get in a good position.
Yep. Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set, and I'm going to start turn. And I got a low torque, but I wasn't in a great body position at the end there, so I'd like to give it another go, if you agree. Counted 9 turns.
Okay, I think I heard 9 turns with a low torque, and you have a go to hit it again.
And I got a green light, 25.4, and that was maybe half to one additional turn. And I'm going to get in a better position to tell you black line.
Copy, half to one additional turn, so I'm showing 13 and a half to 14 turns with a green light, and you're checking the black line now. Actually, we aren't in final torque yet, so the next thing you're going to do is socket swap the 2-inch socket off of your PGT to the torque wrench, and we'll final torque with the wrench.
Socket swap, good pull test.
Thanks for the pull test. Good socket swap, and now you're going to final torque with the torque wrench, and it should be set to clockwise and 60 foot-pounds. This is the untaped torque wrench. And we're looking for about one turn, and we want the torque wrench to break over twice.
Top. Black line looks parallel and flush. There's maybe a tiny bit of metal still showing, so maybe not, like I would say maybe a millimeter.
Okay, the black line is a
I would say
millimeter.
about a little over one additional turn.
A little over one additional turn, and about a millimeter between the black line and the bolt cam. Hey, stand by, we're checking. Okay, Kayla, and if you could check the gap between the strut boss and the bearing surface, and also give it a wiggle test.
Looks parallel with no gap, and good wiggle test, feels secure to me.
Okay, we call that a good M21. And you can socket swap the 2-inch from the torque wrench back to your short PGT. And Raja, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Yeah, I've got throttle 1 clockwise 2 and ready for number turns and drive.
All right, you can drive M22 to torque.
The torque. Hey, M22, I had 6.9 turns, good green light, 12.0, and black line, flush, but from the parallax here. With the mirror, it's flush, maybe a half millimeter. I can try hitting it again.
Okay, 6.9 for a total of 8.9 turns. Green light, and you're saying a half a millimeter between the black line?
Yep. Yeah, that's, it looks like more from my angle, but when I put the mirror up to it, I'd say a half millimeter at max. Parallax of it. I'm trying to get a straight on look at it.
That's a good M22, Roger.
Socket swap complete. I did full test.
Copy. Thank you for that. Roger, you can show your PGT, and Kayla, please verify the lower strut MLI covering the lower strut pad.
Lower strut MLI is covering the pad.
I'm working the pit pin on this side.
All right, thank you. And you can install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block and then install the MLI. And Kayla, check your left and right safer handles down, and then you can translate to the mass canister left pad install location.
Okay, grounding pit pin is into the mounting bracket. And MLI is around the M22 bolt.
Okay, sounds good, and you can release the ret. That's to the left lower strut.
That's coming off the left lower struts.
Mike, I'll check my safer handles when I get up to the side pad.
I can see your right side is down. You're good on that side.
Thanks, Roger. Copy, Kayla.
Safer handle is down.
Thanks, Kayla. Left and right safer handles down. And Roger, when you have a free hand, you can grab that left mid strut from your BRT.
And confirm I can take the locking pin out of it and start extending it.
Okay, yeah, you can release the middle grounding pit pin from the lock position. It's opposite the handrail. And then you can extend the mid strut with the side pad towards Kayla.
I'm ready, Grinder. I got my BRT down.
All right, Kayla, and once you have that side pad, you're going to engage the right side first. Remember, it's a little up and down to engage that clevis, and then you're going to pivot it outboard to the left to engage the soft dock. And again, friendly neighborhood Fairchild fasteners here, so use caution, and you can hand start bolts M1 through M4, 2 turns.
I'm going to plan to use my PGT for these ones.
Copy that. PGT, it's the long PGT for M1 through M4. And then, Roger, over to you two on the sequence. But
and can I get settings for that, Ike?
A-firm, Alpha 2, Clock 2, and we just go with the side pad first, and then we'll come back to Roger. So Alpha 2, Clock 2 for M1 through M4, 2 turns each.
Okay.
Are you holding this to me because I won't be able to reach it after you
Yeah,
grab it?
I will be able to get to it. I'm just biased a little left for the bolts here, but I can move over there. On M1.
2 on 1.
On M2.
2 on 2.
On M3.
2 on M3.
Turns on M4.
Copy. 2 on all M1 through M4. And Roger, if you can install the left mid strut L8 to the upper strut L8. If you need to pop a foot out, you can do so from the APFR. And then I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay. I think I've got it hand started actually. Got 1 turn by hand.
Copy. 1 turn by hand.
Now 2 hours into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones of today.
Okay, I got 2 turns by hand if that works. Otherwise, I can do it with the PGT.
Okay. Bravo 1.
At 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, Barron and Chari turned their suits on battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk.
And this is on M28. You say you got 2 turns. You're going to drive M28 to torque.
M28 to torque. Sorry, I got ahead of you there, Ike, but I was able to pop it through with my fingers and see the fastener come out the other side, so I didn't want to go with my grip.
I hear you. Get it while you can.
Yep. All right.
The crew then translated over to the 3A work site on the S4 truss, where they have now completed the 3A upper bracket build, 3A center pad to mass canister, and they have just completed the left lower strut install. The Iorusa mod kit is in a good minimum configuration, and the crew is continuing to be on time on the current timetable.
Copy. Thank you.
Yeah, M28 had 6.7 turns on the PGT. Good green light, 11.8.
6.7. Copy. Black line flush. 6.7 after your 2 hand start for 8.7 total turns. Black line flush on M28. Roger, you can stow your PGT, and Kayla, those same PGT settings we'll use to torque M1 through M4. Alpha 2, clock 2.
She's doing that. I'm going to put the pit pin in up here.
Alpha 2, clock 2 set.
Copy, and you have a go to drive. Copy, M1 through 4 to torque. And Roger, you can install that grounding pit pin to the grounding block. One minute to handover. Roger, you can get a nice long glove check. We'll take a hap and gauntlet check on the other side. And Kayla, you can drive M1 through M4 to torque at Alpha 2, clock 2.
M1, green light, 3.7, 4 turns.
4 turns, green light M1. $30 seconds to handover.
Green light, 4 turns, 3.7 on the torque, M2.
M2, 4 turns, green light.
Little piece of metal sod right there.
Okay, we're back with you, Kayla, and can you repeat that call?
I see it.
Yeah, so M3 and M4 are both driven to torque with a green light. 5 turns on M3, 4 on M4. And there's a small piece of metal sod. It's like kind of looks like a curved wire, like not quite a half circle. Like maybe it's a piece of a spring or a washer. And I first saw it near the side pad M3, but I didn't see it separate.
I didn't think it. It would look more like the same size spring. I can see beads of wire. It looks like that kind of thing. So I don't think it was the back of the Fairchild fastener.
Yeah.
All right.
I had good checks on that bolt.
Okay. Can you guys verify that the pit pins are all still installed?
The side pad pit pin is installed.
Yep, and the the lower strut and the mid strut are installed. And I can see the upper strut to the center pad are installed as well.
Copy. And Kayla, being careful of any sharp edges there, if you could give a wiggle test on each of the bolts in 1 through 4.
They're recessed, so it's a little bit hard to get my fingers in there, but they do look flush. I didn't encounter any resistance while the bolt was turning, and I watched it engage. And I got good torque in light, and I don't think they're wiggling. They all look good to me.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that report. And I copied your M3 and 4 reports, 5 turns on 3, 4 on 4 with green lights on both. And you said a small half circle-ish piece of FOD, looks like a curved wire or maybe a part of a spring, and you saw it initially near M3. And Kayla, do you see where that piece of FOD is now?
It floated toward Raja and then away.
I tried to stop it with my glove and then it bounced station forward.
Copy. Thank you. All right, that's a good M3 and M4, good side pad install. Kayla, you can stow your PGT, and if you can reach it, you can release EV2's ret from the left mid strut.
Ready, Raja?
Yep.
That's released. My PGT is stowed.
Okay, copy.
And the mid-strut pit pins installed.
Thanks for that, Roger. And we'll take that glove hap and gauntlet check from you. And Kayla, you can verify the pit pin and the MLI are installed over the side pad.
Verified, installed.
My gauntlets are down. Still have a dry hap, and the only other new smudge is on my left thumb, a small little smudge. May have been there before, I just didn't notice it, but no other new.
Copy, left thumb smudge for EV2.
I think I'm egressing the APFR and reconfiguring it. Is that true?
That is true. And Kayla?
I think I'm headed to get the torque wrench and PGT.
Affirm the short PGT and the torque wrench from S4 handrail 2240 and the torque wrench from the left lower strut. And you're going to bundle them together and take them to the strut bag. And Raja, one other thing, if you could power on your WVS. I think we saw it power off.
Okay. I push the button. It looks like the light's still off. I'll push it again. I still don't see a green light. Try it one more time. Okay, I see a green WVS light.
Copy. Good config. Thank you. All right, Kayla. So yeah, you're grabbing that short PGT and that torque wrench from the left lower strut. You're going to bundle them and then attach them to the right lower strut, which is in the strut bag. Okay, Roger. And I've got APFR settings for you if you need them.
So Papa Charlie 12, so I can just change the roll.
Good copy.
Your helmet's just right about the APFR. You're fine, but just so you know.
The crew is now complete with the left struts and are moving on to the right struts for the 3A installation. If you're just joining us, we're 2 hours and 12 minutes into the EVA, where the crew has gone to the 3A work site and has built an upper bracket build, as well as completed the center pass to mass canister install. And we have now completed the left struts and now on to the right for the 3A power channel. On your screen, you see EV1, Kayla Barron at the top of your screen, and you see Chari in the articulated foot restraint. His suit is designated with no stripes, while Kayla Barron, EV1, has the red stripes.
Can you tell if I'm in, Kayla, or am I in too deep? I can't get my heels up, so I think I'm in.
Stand by a minute, Grinder.
Yeah, no problem. No rush.
And
I've
Kayla.
got the PGT and torque wrench to the left lower strut, handrail closest to the sub. And go ahead, Ike.
Perfect. I was actually going to just remind you where you wanted to put them, and then you can lock the PGT ret and or use the strut wire tie to stow the tools as needed. And then we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Yes, stand by. Got the ret locked, and I've got the torque wrench kind of under the wire tie. My gauntlets are down. Hap is dry. And checking out my gloves now.
Dry, hap, good gauntlets. Copy.
Gloves, standard baseline. Trying to remember if I saw this before, but there's a little bit of RTV wear below my right index finger.
Okay, copy. Was that?
Spot that's come up.
Did you say below your index finger or on the right index finger?
Just below it, in the transition between like the pad RTV and the turtle skin RTV below it.
Okay, right index finger, and we've got a good video of that as well. Thank you. We copy. Right index finger RTV wear.
And Roger, just because of your orientation, I can't tell for sure if your heels are in.
Yeah, I can't pull them up, so I've either wedged in so good or I'm in, but either
You
way,
look pretty secure to me.
either way I can't move.
What I can tell, you look like you're in.
Okay, Kayla, you're going to retrieve the right mid strut. That's back straps 9 and 10 to transfer to Roger, and he's obviously a little farther away, so you're going to have to work together to get that handoff.
More of a blind handoff when we get to.
Yep, and you're going to stow. You're going to stow that mid strut on your BRT, doing a ret swap to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
And Roger, do you feel like you can lean a little to your left?
I can, yep.
Okay. I may have to, let's see how far we get here.
And get to about, it's kind of oscillatory, like I come that way and then the momentum swings, so I come back the other direction. Without grabbing onto the mounting bracket, I can't hold myself too far that direction.
Coming up onto the triangle here.
I can see it coming towards me. Wish I was taller.
Actually, taller may not help in this situation.
Got it?
I've got fingers on it. Okay, I've got contact. I've got control. Let me get a red on it, and then I'll send it back towards you to get the red off.
Nice job. And you want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
There's me.
And Roger, it looks to me like you can probably reach the bag ret, and that might be easier if you feel like you can get it with your left hand.
Yep, I can do that. Coming back.
Go for it.
All right, nice job. Now, Kayla, you're going to retrieve the right lower strut to pass off to Roger when he's got a free hand. You're going to pass him the, you want the clevis bolt toward EV2. And that's back straps 7 and 8, right in the middle of the bag.
How are we doing relative to timeline, Ike?
EV1, EV2, you're about 15 minutes ahead. Slow and steady.
Very nice. Here.
All right, ready for the lower.
And Roger, you're going to ret to the handrail stanchion closest to the clevis end of the right lower strut.
Okay. Can you tip it towards the mast cap or towards the center? And then it's a little towards me. I've got a hand on it, don't have control yet. Now I've got control. And you said the handrail closest to the clevis?
Affirm. Handrail stanchion nearest the clevis end.
And am I good to start translating around?
Once he does the ret swap, you're going to have to release
okay. Yeah,
the bag ret.
I've got my ret on it. Turn back to you.
Yep.
We know how far.
And then Kayla, you can translate to the mass canister right side sob launch bracket. We recommend going outboard of the mass canister to the radiator side, and please fair lead so that your tether stays off of the BGA. You can use S5 handrail 2102.
Bag ret's removed.
Okay, I've got it.
And Roger, just a reminder, there's a PGT and a torque wrench on the bottom of this one, so you've got some tools down there as well that you're moving. Perfect.
Okay. And I can see the spherical bolt from here. It looks flat. The right side.
Thank you for that. Right side spherical bearing looks flush.
Sure.
And then, Kayla, you're headed over to the right side sob bolt, and same warning, watch out for the pinch point there.
And can you say again the handrail you want me to fair lead on?
Recommendation is S5 handrail 2102. But the important thing is just if you keep your safety tether cable off of the BGA, there's quite a few options to do that.
Fair lead under the recommended handrail. I'm not sure if it'll stay as I translating, but I'll keep an eye on it. And if it comes out, I will be fair lead it.
Okay, we copy.
Like it stayed in place.
Good words, thanks. And Roger, if you can verify that the grounding pit pin is removed from the strut stow location.
It is removed.
Copy.
Currently 2 hours and 23 minutes into today's EVA, we see Kayla Barron translating over to the right side of the 3A mass canister to help Raja Chari install the 3A right struts.
All right, I'm just going to adjust my tooling real quick, Roger.
Yeah, no problem.
Recapping some of the milestones today at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits on battery power, making their way out of the hatch to start today's spacewalk. They are currently on the Starboard 4 truss at the 3A power channel. They have successfully installed the upper bracket and center pad to the mass canister, as well as the installation of the left struts. They are currently working, again, on the right struts for install. This is all for the modification kit.
Let me check in my view sheet and I'll see if I can get a hand on that bolt.
Sounds good. Yep, then you're going to work together to install the right lower strut M19 to the sob launch bracket.
This install will be for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
And we want to.
Yep, I'll hold it there.
And we're going to start with 4 turns. I've got PGT settings if you want them.
Alright, there's 4 turns by hand.
Copy, 4 turns by hand on M19. All right, so we're going to move over to Raja, and we're going to hand start the right lower strut L6 to mounting bracket L6. That's both M20, and we'd like 2 turns. I have PGT settings if you need them.
2 turns.
Affirm.
If I can get it through the
Yeah, and you've got some Sharpie marks there to kind of show you where the bracket should align, but it again is one of those multiple diameter bolts, so you got to get that wider shaft through multiple pieces of that bracket. And then 2 turns.
2 turns by hand.
Copy, 2 on M20. And Kayla, now we're going to drive M19. I've got PGT settings.
Ready?
Okay, you're going to do Bravo 7 clock 2 on the short PGT.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, we're going to torque M19, expecting a minimum of 10 more additional turns.
I'd adjust my body position here once I see where the PGT is. Turns.
Good readback. Bravo 7 clock 2.
I'm watching the thread. And I'm experiencing a little bit of running torque, but it might be the angle I'm holding the PGT at. I'm going to double check that I'm right on here.
Okay, copy some running torque.
It was just close to the end there. And I believe I counted 8 turns there. I green light 25.4 on the torque. And actually the PGT is telling me it was 7 turns.
Okay, copy 7 on the PGT, green light, 25.4. Okay, and now you are going to swap the 2-inch socket from the short PGT to the torque wrench, and we're going to final torque with the torque wrench again. All right, and I'm showing 11 turns total, so we may expect more turns on the torque wrench. But we're looking for, again, breaking it over twice. Okay, copy, and maybe 3.5 turns on the torque wrench.
Okay, swap complete with a good pull test.
Okay, thank you for that. And with the torque wrench, clockwise 60 foot-pounds, we're going to final torque, give us the turns, and looking for that wrench to break over twice.
Just so the PGT is not flying around, I'm going to have an independent rut now for the torque wrench, and I'm going to remove the adjustable between them.
Okay, copy. You've reattached the PGT, and you're going to disconnect the torque wrench and the PGT ruts.
I'm working on this upper grounding dip pin while she's doing that, just as a bit of odd angle, so I'm still struggling to try to get into the grounding block. I know it's only getting harder once you grab the bolt.
Copy. Yeah, it looks like that cable's got a little memory making it hard to line up.
Yeah.
And you can go in from the other side, that other hole. As long as they both are in the grounding block, that's a good config.
Yeah, this one that's facing towards me, I'm saving for the mid-strut, because I think that's even harder to get around the corner with.
Okay, copy. Looks like that one you got a good start on it.
I was going the wrong way on the torque wrench, not doing myself any favors there. And double check that it was going clockwise.
Okay, and about how many turns, Kayla?
I did 32 throws of the torque wrench, and it was about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so we copy about 4 turns counterclockwise, and now we've reset it to clockwise. So we're looking at maybe 7 or more turns. Hey, Kayla, Ike, back with you. Sorry about that, not giving you a heads up about the handover.
Still working the torque wrench. Two pops. That was 120 throws. And I think it was still about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so
What counted?
Yeah, somebody down here is going to do that math, but copy 120 throws, about an eighth of a turn each one. We're going to talk that over. And you got 2 breakovers on the torque wrench?
Affirm.
Okay. Take a breather, and when you're ready, we'll take those lower strut checks, the black line, the gap, and a wiggle test.
Black line looks parallel and flush. No gap at the bearing. Wiggle test.
I just heard wiggle test. Kayla, confirm a good wiggle test?
Good wiggle test.
Copy, good wiggle test. That's a good M19. Nice work there. Take a breather, and you can leave the short PGT and the torque wrench on the right lower strut handrail. And when you're ready, verify that MLI covering the lower strut pad. Roger, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Covering.
Got Bravo 1 clockwise 2, if that's still good.
That is a good readback. You can drive M20 to torque, looking for a minimum of 5 more turns.
The M20 to torque for 5 turns.
Can I go to head up toward the side pad?
We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and then you do have a go to translate to the mass canister right side pad install location.
Got a low torque light, 7.8 with 4 turns. You want to hit it again? I think it's a better body position here.
4 additional for 6 total, and a low torque light. Yeah, again. Hit it again, please.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And Kayla, for you, we recommend...
Glove, same as last report.
Okay, dry hap, good gloves.
Gauntlets down.
And good gauntlets. And we recommend you go outboard 1 handrail to 2123 and then transfer to the mass canister handrail. Go ahead, Roger.
Got a quarter turn, good green light, 11.8. Back line is maybe a half millimeter from being flush. And for total turns, it was probably closer to 2.5. But I did the initial hand start in retrospect versus 2. If that helps with you, anything.
Copy. Initial hand start was closer to 2.5. You got 4 additional, and then you got 1 more quarter turn. So I'm showing, again, somebody's going to do that funny math. It's 6.5 plus turns with a good green light, and the black line is a half a millimeter. Good M20, good M20. You can stow your PGT and release that right lower strut ret.
The pit pin is in.
We know you got the pit.
On the upper strut here, the ret is released.
Perfect. Good ret. Did you say the MLI is in work and the pit pin we heard you install? We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check when you're done, and then we'll start on the right mid strut.
I've got dry hat, gauntlets are down, and no change on the gloves.
Copy. Good glove, hap, gauntlets. Okay, when the 2 of you are ready, Roger, you can grab the right mid strut from your BRT. Release the pit pins from the locking position, and when Kayla's ready, you can extend that side pad toward her.
I'm ready. Head.
All right, Kayla, and the same as the other side, you're going to engage the clevis on the inboard side. As toward the top of your head, you're going to have to go a little side to side, which is station up and down to get those teeth engaged, and then you'll pivot it toward your feet, station outboard to engage the soft dock. Very nice.
It is soft dock.
And when you're ready, you can either hand start or use the PGT, the long PGT, to put 2 turns on M9 through 12.
I'll use the PGT, and I'm ready for setting.
Alpha 2, clock 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
And 2 turns on M9 through 12.
On M10. I'm going to adjust my body position a little bit here.
Okay, copy that. And did you get 2 turns on one of the bolts?
M10.
2 on 10.
Turns M9.
2 turns on 9.
Turns M12.
2 on 12.
Turns M11.
Copy. 2 on 11. That's 2 on M9 through 12. Roger, over to you. We're going to install the mid strut L7 to upper strut L7. Maneuver in the APFR as required, and I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I'm looking at M24 volt. Is that going into L7?
That is it, M24, and you're going to drive M24 to torque with Bravo 1, clock 2.
I can hand start it if that works.
Over to you.
I'm going to hand start it just to keep it in as soon as I got it started.
Sounds good.
There's 2 turns hand started, and Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Copy. 2 turns hand started, Bravo 1, clock 2. Good readback. You can drive M24 to torque.
Now 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, Chari is currently installing a mid-strut to the upper right strut, previously installed to the 3A mass canister.
Good catch. Looks like 4.5 turns. I had a low torque, so I can hit it again. Headlight looks flush, black line.
Copy. You can hit it again, 4.5 for a total of 6.5 with a low torque. Go to hit it again.
Okay, good green light, maybe a quarter turn, 12.0. Like 0.4 turns is what the PGT says.
Good green light, and I heard you earlier say the black line is flush. All right, it's a good M24. You can stow your PGT. Say again, Kayla?
On the PGT.
I just said you broke up on your last call, so we might have missed something you said.
Okay, that's a good M24.
PGT, and I'm looking for a go to drive M9 through 12.
You can drive M9 through 12, the torque.
M9, 4 turns, torque 3.7 with a green light.
Green light, 4 turns on M9. And Roger, if you haven't already, you can install the pit pin to the grounding block.
Pit pin's installed.
5 turns on M10, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
M10, 5 turns, green light.
And the MLI is installed as well, that I can reach. MLI over the mountain back side.
Green light, 3.7, 4 turns on M12.
4 turns, green light, M12. And stand by on the MLI there.
Getting a good spot for M11. About 4.5 turns on M11, 3.7 on the torque, green light.
Copy, M11, 4.5 turns, green light. We're 3.5 minutes to sunset. Okay, Kayla, once you put your PGT away, you can release EV2's ret from the right mid strut and then verify that MLI is covering the side pad clevis.
MLI is covering the side pad clevis, the pit pin's in place, and in work on Roger's ret.
Copy.
Coming to you.
All right, so next thing we're going to work on is the clamps and the MLI. And so the right mid-strut adjustment collar, all the struts have been good so far. And so Kayla, if your BRT to the mid-strut handrail, minimize normal and torsional loads into the mid-strut. Counter torque wrench loads, please. And so you can translate to the right mid-strut collar bolts.
Roger.
And then verify the middle locking tip pin can reach the receptacle, but do not install it yet.
North. It is tight, but it can get there, I think. And that is.
All right, thanks, Kayla. And so I've got PGT settings, and we're going to drive collar bolts M25 and 26. We're looking for Bravo 7, clock 2 with the long PGT.
Kayla, Barron.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is what we're looking for.
A-firm. That's a good read back. And you're going to drive bolts M25 and M26 to torque.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron currently being seen on screen with a PT designated EV1 with the red stripe. She has her pistol grip tool where she's driving 2 bolts on the mid-strut collar.
Get a little bit higher here.
And Kayla, just a reminder, we do have that shorter socket if that would help for reach as an option.
All right, 5 turns, green light, 25.5.
Copy, 5 turns, green light, and which bolt?
That was M25.
On M25, 5 turns, green light.
Now on M26. All right, that was 4 turns on M26 with a green light, 25.4. But I'm still seeing, I don't know if this is still a check, but that tab is still wiggly, and it didn't look like it really closed up on the M26 side.
Copy, not concerned about the tab, but we got 4 turns and a green light on M26. Stand by, we're talking it over.
It looks symmetric with the other side.
Okay, that might have been parallax for me. Roger's saying the gap looks parallel.
Copy, thanks for those words. The gap is parallel. Okay, we're going to continue. And so, Kayla, we're going to have you ratchet with the PGT. And we're going to set it to ratchet clockwise. Check the MTL to 30.5.
I'm in ratchet clockwise, and MTL's in 30.5.
Okay, we're going to manually ratchet M25 and 26 to torque. We're looking for 2 pops on each one.
Figure out my best body position here. A little bit challenging.
It is, and you know, holding the very top over the display with one hand and the bottom underneath the battery is one great position. And you can also counter the torque doing that if you're able to reach it that way. We are 1:45 from a handover.
Did I get any leverage on this? Oh, there's 1 pop.
Copy, we heard 1 pop, and we just a reminder, we have that shorter socket if you think that'll help.
Pops.
2 good pops.
The right struts have been installed. The crew has begun torquing down the adjustment collar bolts, and the crew is currently 25 minutes ahead of the timeline.
Quiet on the phone. And it came off there.
And Roger, Ike, did you call?
No, just talking to Kayla.
One pop.
Copy, 1 pop, and we're 10 seconds to a handover.
Two pops.
I'm done.
Copy, 2 pops, 25 to 26.
My next thing is
Allies and wire side.
All right, Kayla, Ike back with you. And did you get any additional turns on 25 and 26?
Hard to say, really, Ike. I was throwing the PGT, the butt of the PGT, maybe an eighth of a turn, probably 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so maybe a half a turn, somewhere between a quarter and a half a turn. And is that on each?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, we copy. Thank you. You can reset your PGT to motor. Verify MTL is still 30.5.
Actually still good, so I'll reset it to motor next time I get it out. I go to install the pit pin.
Okay, your last call was quite choppy. Yes, you can release the folded MLI and install the middle pit pin in the final location, routed under the same side of the MLI as the lanyard anchor. And Roger, now that the right collar bolts are driven to torque, you can close the mid-strut mounting bracket MLI.
Alright, we may have a problem with this pit pin. Yeah.
Say,
Push it back.
and it should actuate pushing or pulling. Go ahead.
What's happened, Ike, is I think the washer and grounding washer has like pushed too far, like it's overextended, so I think that it should be above the ball bearing, like all of those pieces. It's below the ball bearing right now. Is that how it should be?
They're starting to move. Ooh.
Oh, and it just came apart.
Yeah, we agree with your assessment that it should be above. Stand by.
The pit pin just came apart, Ike.
Yeah.
I've got some of it, but not all of it.
The washer and the rounding, that piece is still there, but the end pieces like the ball bearings looks like they came off. Washer is free.
I don't know that. Sorry.
We copy. Thanks for that description.
So, Ike, let me tell you what I've got here. I lost the washer in the middle. I got the lanyard. That washer might have been the retaining washer at the end. The pieces I've got remaining, I've got the spring, kind of a thick metal washer, and then the lanyard back on above the pit pin. I think the washer, we lost the washer that was on the end. And that had like topped over the detent and was jammed. And when I was trying to push it back on, it came apart.
I think electrically you'll still be good when you install that, as long as it stays in.
I can get it there.
And Kayla confirmed that when you install the pit pin, the lanyard will still be connected, right? So I think we're missing a piece, but it should still function. Would you agree?
Yeah, so I installed it just because that was the best way. Sorry, something in my throat. The best way to keep it from getting lost. And
Copy, it's installed.
What I see is I have the receptacle, then the lanyard, then the washer, the thick washer, and the spring.
Copy, receptacle, lanyard. And do you think that it will stay in?
I do, yeah. I think, you guys got,
Sorry, do you have my HECA view of it?
yeah, I'm wondering if you guys can see it on my HECA. Yeah, I do think it'll stay in. I just need to be careful not to pull on the ring and pull it out.
Yep, Abram, don't pull on the ring. We can see it in your HECA. It does look like it's installed, and we've got a couple questions just to see if it's going to serve its function. So we're talking it over. Give us a second.
Okay.
Nice job keeping the parts that were on there.
I tried to catch that washer, but I think I had no chance.
All right, EV1, EV2, we're going to continue. The pin is installed. We'll leave it installed. That's a good config. And so you've released the folded MLI, installed the pin. You can now close the MLI around the collar bolts.
Can you reach that, Roger?
Yep. That's almost good. There we go. Assume there's no more slack on that end. There we go. All right. Over the cam on the side so you can pull it back your way if you need to.
Now 3 hours and 3 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones for today. NASA astronauts Kayla, Barron, and Chari switched to battery power at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time. They got over into their work site on the Starboard 4 truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mass canister, as well as installed the left and right struts. They are currently inserting clamps as well as covering brackets with the multi-layer insulation.
I confirm I'm going for a short wire tie.
I'll have to give you one of mine.
I think I have enough that I can do this side, Roger. Oh, no, you're right. You do have to give me one.
Yeah, because otherwise you'll be short on the other side when I'm doing the bag.
Are you with us, Ike?
Yeah, I'm with you. And I hear you guys talking about the wire ties, so you're going to install them on the telescoping end, one near the mid-strut collar and one near the clevis end.
Can you just confirm it's a short wire tie?
A short wire tie on both, affirm.
And I'm going to give her one off my BRT. I don't have the reach, kind of like we saw in the EVAT run, to be able to get to it. So I'll pass off one of my shorts to Kayla.
Copy that. EV2 passing off a short wire tie to EV1.
I'm getting 142.
Alright, I've got one installed with 3 half twists. Let me get a little closer to you, Roger, and then, oh, okay, good. Let me grab a wrench.
Copy, the collar side wire tie is installed.
Wrench off.
Roger.
All right, Kayla, working on the second wire tie, and Raja, you can egress the APFR and retrieve the short PGT and the torque wrench from the right lower strut.
The ratchet. Okay.
Half twist on the second wire tie.
Copy, second wire tie installed. All right, so now we're going to work on the left mid strut adjustment collar. And so you can translate to the left mid strut adjustment collar bolts.
I'm picking up the fairlead off my safety tether first, but I don't think I want that anymore.
Hey, firm, you can grab that off of 2242. All right, Kayla, and very similar to the other side, we're going to, once you're in position, verify that middle locking pit pin can reach the receptacle, but do not install.
Again, Ike, it's pretty tight. Hard to verify without attempting to install it.
Okay, so one thing
I am feeling cautious about tugging on it too much because of what happened with the last one.
Yep, good idea. And just make sure you're routing it along the side that it is anchored on at the handrail. So just check the base of that cable and make sure you're routing it from that side.
I am. And one challenging thing about the fit check is the MLI is still in the way.
And you can release the MLI.
This accordion to MLI.
You can release the MLI. Okay, based on what we've seen in your video, it looks close enough to us, so you can, we have a go to continue.
I agree.
Okay. All right, so I've got PGT settings for you, and we're going to drive collar bolts M30 and M29. And Roger, you're going to take that PGT and torque wrench to the strut bag and verify that EV1's fair lead is still in place, that it's not in the way when you go to repack the strut bag.
I got my PGT in hand.
Okay, your settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
All right, I'm back in motor, and Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set.
All right, with a long PGT, you can drive bolts M29 and M30 to torque. And Raja, once you get there, you can repack the strut bag, and if required, stow that GoPro.
Ike, that was 3 turns, but I got a red light and low torque. And Raja, the GoPro is still tethered to the bag.
Okay.
You just tuck it in.
Stand by, Mike.
Copy 3 turns with a low torque. You have a go to hit it again.
Work. Green light, but I still, it said low torque, but I do have a green light, no red light. Torque 21.6. I think it's a little low, Ike.
Copy, and how many more turns?
That was 1 additional turn.
Copy, 1 additional for 4 total turns, and which bolt?
That was M29.
Copy, on M29, we got a green light. You said you also saw low torque?
Yeah, there was a low torque message, but then it cleared and the green light came on. And the actual torque is 21.6. Programmed is 25.5.
Okay, copy. You can move on to M30.
Move on.
On the strut bag, I can see her tether on the other side of the outboard part of the IEA, so I think we're good. Can't see the rest of it since it's dark. But.
As long as you think you can stay clear, Roger, you can stow the short PGT and torque wrench in the strut bag, and then we will take an inventory of the strut bag.
And Ike, that was 6 turns on M30. Green light, torque is 25.4.
M30 green light, 6 turns on M30.
No issues.
Okay, Kayla, we're going to ratchet again, ratchet clockwise, and verify MTL 30.5. Reminder, we have the 2-inch rigid socket if desired, and we're looking for 2 pops on M29 and M30.
Work.
Copy. And any additional turns as well, please.
All right, I'm just going to call out, go from inboard to outboard of the strut bag and tell you what I've got, okay?
That works.
And
We
two
are
pops
ready for the
on
inventory.
M29.
And 2 pops
Ready
on
to get
29.
these calls in real quick, guys? That's M29. That was about 1 additional turn. And on to M30. All right, grinder?
Okay. All right.
Copy.
On one internal bag rep, I've got two small reps. One small rep going to a PGT. That PGT also has an AET on it. The other small is going to the torque wrench. And that is connected to the same AET as the PGT. That's that strap. Internal tether point hotel has a small ret with a hammer, and then an adjustable with the GoPro. Internal D-ring number 11 has 2 small rets on it. One of them is a pit pin. Internal D-ring Echo has 2 small rets. Internal D-ring India has 1 small ret with a taped torque wrench attached to it. And then internal D-ring Juliet has 1, 2, 3 small rets, and one of those small rets has another small ret attached to it. So 4 total, 3 attached to the D-ring. Everything.
2 pops, M30.
2 pops, M30. Any additional turns?
1.
Kayla, any additional turns?
Probably about 1 additional turn.
Copy. 1 additional turn, 2 pops on 30. It's a good M29 and a good M30. And Roger, we're talking over this inventory. Thank you for those words.
Let me know when you're ready before you start buckling it up.
I go for pit pin, Ike. MLI.
Stand by.
Bye.
Okay, you can release the folded MLI and install the pit pin in the final location, routing it under the same side as the lanyard anchor. And EV2, Roger, did you call?
Yeah, just wondering, looking for a go to start buttoning up the bag. Happy with the inventory.
Okay, Roger, hey, question about the bag. Verify that there are sockets on the torque wrenches and that the GoPro is OFF.
There are sockets on both torque wrenches. There's not a socket on the PGT, and working the GoPro right now.
Okay, that with the GoPro off, that's a good config. And then you can start to fold and cinch the bag. Copy, you can fold and cinch the bag, Roger. And Kayla, you can close the MLI around the collar bolts and the mounting bracket and install the wire ties. EV1, EV2, 2 minutes to sunrise.
Okay. You doing, Roger?
Good. Backing it up. You wind up doing what we tacking it down to both sides? I haven't pulled up.
Just the two front corners, the lid is not tacked down, so you'll have two bag adjustables to structure.
Okay, thanks.
If you're just joining us, we are 3 hours and 22 minutes into the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla, Barron, and Chari
You now can translate on the mod kit.
started their spacewalk at 7:12 a.m., where they switched over to internal battery power.
And on the wire ties.
They translated over to their work site, the starboard truss of the S4,
On the IEA, and then head back over to
the starboard 4 truss, where they are completing a modification kit for the 3A power channel.
Copy, one wire tie near the collar bolts installed.
One observation I have for you from this vantage point is I wasn't able to see this because it was on the back side of the right mid strut, but now that I'm over here, I can see that the upper collar bolt is not fully covered by MLI. I'm not sure if you guys can see that in the helmet cam right now.
Copy, on the right side, upper collar bolt, right mid-strut upper collar bolt is not covered by MLI.
I'm double checking the left side now since I'm here.
Copy, thank you. Thanks for those words.
Want me to start heading back over there to fix it, Ike?
I'll let you know in just a second.
Stand by.
Okay, Kayla, yes, we would like you to head over once you're done with this one and verify that these collar bolts are both nicely tucked in. You can go over to the right side and cover those collar bolts with MLI.
Right, left side are fully covered. That's what I
Copy.
can see.
Left MLI and wire ties installed.
Confirm.
And before you leave the left side, if you could verify that the MLI is covering the side pad clevis, and then you can head over to the right side.
Is covering the side pad clevis.
All right, nice job on that left side. And you have to go to translate over to the right and adjust that MLI.
Roger that.
Doesn't look nearly as pretty as the video, Kayla.
And hey, Kayla, we're going to have you get some photographs. Your preference if you want to get some of those now before you move. Looks like you're already on the way. Okay, yeah, maybe. Yep, go ahead over to the right and we'll come back and get the pictures.
Currently having views from the HECA or the HD camera that is also attached to NASA astronaut Kayla Barron's helmet. She's translating over to the right struts to close MLI or the multi-layer insulation around the strut collars.
Analyze back in place, coverage.
All right, good MLI on the right side. Thank you. And over to you on position, but next we'd like you to get some photographs of the mod kit showing the final MLI config.
Okay.
And so the original plan was, you were going to translate kind of back toward your safety tether anchor, and you could photograph the mod kit from there. So if you want to just head back to the left side and then get back close to the strut bag location and take the photo from there, but or over to you. Here are the eyes in the field.
That plan sounds good to me, Ike, so I'll head back over to the forward edge.
Copy. Nice job. Raj, I see you're wrestling with that bag, and remember, it has to just be packed. It doesn't have to be pretty.
It's not pretty. It's the modern business person's briefcase here, ready to go for you, Kayla.
Sounds good.
I've got the handrail kind of facing up on the IEA, and then there's one adjustable tether. The bag that's holding it down, that's on the outboard edge that you originally had. So you should be able to put your BRT on this and set up.
Nothing could be worse than the full strut bag, so I think you probably did a good job, Grinder.
Definitely improvement over the full strut bag.
Nice job. Nice job. And when you're done with wrestling the bag, you can head over to S4 WIF 26 to grab the APFR WIF X.
Can I go ahead and put the APFR in the settings it needs to be for when I get back to the seated cart? Do you have those?
Affirm, I do.
The duo has completed the installation of the iRosa mod kit. They are now finishing up the 3A mod kit cleanup and will begin the BCDU MLI tieback task.
I think I got good pictures, machine gun style, on continuous high shutter. So, as far as I know, I've got the pictures you're looking for.
All right, nice job. And since the strut bag is already packed up, we'll take a glove, hap, gauntlet, and safer handle check from you.
And work.
Actually, I lied. I'll just do the APFR settings now and get the WIFX when I get closer, because when I try to go to Alpha, it'll get towards the mod kit. Looks like
Okay.
12 Fox Alpha 6. I'll go ahead and set that up now.
Affirm, 12 Fox Alpha 6. And then you can bundle that up and stow it on your BRT, and we'll take the same checks from you afterward.
Make no changes to my gloves with the exception I've got some new smudging on my fingertips. Some of the old smudging wore off and I've got some new fresh smudges. But otherwise, they look good. My hap is dry and my gauntlets are down.
Copy, dry hap gauntlets down. Translating smudges, you've lost some but gained some new smudges on your fingertips, and how your safer handle's doing.
Oh, and work. Forgot about that one. Check.
That was Kayla Barron giving a good glove and hap check, inspecting her hands for scrapes and stains, as well as making sure that her helmet absorbent pad is free of water.
And Kayla, if you want, we'd like you to grab the ratchet wrench from the TVA bag. That's the pouch on the side of the strut bag, and then that gives you some flexibility out at the BDCU worksite.
That's in work.
Oh, sorry about that, Kayla. I used the TBA bag as sort of a way to button it all closed.
I think I can figure it out, Grinder.
And Kayla, there is also a ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag, so if that's too difficult, we can just wait for the crew lock bag one.
I think I can get to it, Ike.
Copy.
After finishing the 3A cleanup, Chari and Barron are looking to tie back multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation on a later EVA or spacewalk.
All right, just having a hard time getting the pitch knob to move now to get on the APFR.
Do you need the tool grinder?
I got it before.
Okay. I just have the TVA bag open right now.
Okay, copy that, grinder, and you know, it helps to not, if you don't have any pitch load on it, right? You know what I mean? If you're trying to pitch it while you're trying to push the pitch knob, that'll put some side load on it, make it a little harder.
I've got the ratchet on my mini workstation. The TVA bag is closed.
Copy, EV1, ratchet on your workstation and the TVA bag closed. Nice work. Okay, we're setting up for the BCDU MLI tieback. You guys are doing great, about an hour ahead of timeline. And so, for EV1, when you two are ready, you can translate to the S6 BCDU, translating outboard on the non-radiator side to S6 handrail 2008. And Raja, if you want to wait to get those APFR settings.
I got the APFRs there, 12. Box Alpha 6, and I'll get the width extender when I get there. Like I said, I can't move that now without getting the nav canister.
Copy. Sounds good.
Nice job, Grinder.
All right, you can pick that up, bundle it up on your BRT, and you're going to head to the starboard seated cart.
And outboard, Ike. Copy, I'm looking for 2008.
And hey, Kayla, can you just verify, can you check again that the TBA bag is closed?
Close. Do you guys see imagery otherwise? I'm pretty confident it's close.
Okay, Roger, you have to go to continue outboard.
Yeah, I Velcroed it and engaged the little wire tie closure hook.
Sounds good.
I'm going to put back in my fair lead here near where it was before, just to make sure keep each other safe on this side.
Okay, copy. Sounds good. We're 10 seconds from a handover. And Roger, before you head back inboard, we'll take a glove, hap, gauntlet, and safer handle check. See you on the other side of handover.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live at the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where Mike Lammers is the flight director. Today you'll hear Ground IV Victor Glover, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, communicating with the crew as they continue their spacewalk. Right now we have NASA astronauts Kayla, Barron, and Chari conducting a spacewalk to assemble and install a modification kit to the 3A power channel. Barron and Chari have successfully completed the modification kit, and they are actually translating currently to the S6 truss, the Starboard 6 truss, to they're translating to the Starboard 6 truss to do some tiebacks of the multi insulation.
2008, and I'm going to start working my wire ties.
Okay, that's a good location, Kayla. 2008. Attach one long wire tie to the inboard stanchion of 2008, leaving one end a little longer. And Roger, did you get those checks for us? Glove, hap, gauntlet, safer handles?
Glove, hap, yep, hap is dry. Gloves, no change. Maybe a little more scuffing on the right thumb, sure, for like a rub mark. And check on the safer handle.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
Write that down.
Once at the Starboard 6 truss work site, the duo will Tie back multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation.
So, full safer handles down.
Copy, good, safer handles, and you can translate to the starboard seated cart with one. You can leave your green hook in place, and you're going to stow the APFR with
They will break torque and reset bolts on spare battery charge discharge units to support future robotic replacement or relocations.
Copy that. We see you. We've got a great helmet video. Looking good.
Working on the second wire tie.
Copy, Kayla. Goes to the outboard stanchion of the same handrail, 2000. Kayla, some cautions for you out there for turning the bolts to ensure the anaerobic. To prevent bolt damage, turn when breaking torque. Bolt. And once torque is broken, do not reset. Naja, for you, just as you're translating there, which is underneath the nadir cedar rail, nadir of the nadir cedar rail, that white ribbon-looking cable, is the TUS cable. Just be aware of that, especially with the BRT and the WIFX and APFR combo.
Yes, I think the BRT is behind me right now, away from the structure.
Okay, I'm working my way over to release the MLI.
All right, to Kayla, yep, with the two good wire ties installed, you can translate to the radiator side of the BCDU via the inboard edge of the S6 IEA. Fair lead your tether at the handrail 2009 to keep them clear, to keep your tether clear of the EWIS antennas, and then we can start working on the MLI. The target is BCDU1, the outboard BCDU.
Starboard seated cart getting
Copy, Roger. Okay, at starboard seated cart with one, you can install the WIFX clock to 11, and I've got the rest of those settings for you when you need them.
11 for the clocking.
Good read back, Roger. right, Kayla. Looks like you're starting to open that up, the MLI on B CDU1.
It's open.
Okay.
Working my way back over to 2008.
Affirm, and bring that lid along, and you can release your fair lead on the way back. And we believe that that MLI is Velcro on the sides that you released, and that the side that's attached that you're folding it toward is like sewn on. So you should be able to not worry about that not coming off. All right, I see you're back to your wire ties. And so we're going to fold the outboard looped side under the lid to form a triangle. That looped edge will stick out from underneath the body of the lid with the loops pointing inboard for that outboard lid. If you remember that picture or have it in your cuff checklist, make it look like that picture.
Okay. All right, I've got the width X at 11, alpha 1, and width 1. And the APFR 1 at 12. Fox. And check the other settings.
Copy 11 Alpha 1, 12 Fox.
The width X is black on black with a good pull and twist test.
Thank you for that. Good config so far.
I'll get the rest of the APFR settings here in a second.
Copy. And nice folding there, nice origami skills, Kayla. And you're verified that the EWIS antenna is clear.
Clear.
And then you're going to attach that outboard lid. You're going to use the loop closest to the lid. The stanchion closest to the lid, you're going to connect the wire tie that's on the inboard stanchion to the loop closest to the handrail.
What?
And check your safety tether is clear, and then secure it with 3 twists. And roger, those last 2 settings there are alpha and 6 for the APFR 12 Fox, alpha 6.
The alpha confirmed, the 6 confirmed, and the ingress 8 is folded in. Copy that, X.
Okay, copy that. Is a good config, and you can grab that crew lock bag from Cedar Cart Grid Square Charlie.
Copy. Work.
I've got the lid secured with 3 half twists.
Copy. Very nice folding work there. Very nice origami skills. Hey, that structure to your left there, left of where your BRT is anchored that you were putting your hands on, we just wanted to let you know there's potentially some sharp edges there, so be cautious of that structure. All right, check your safety tether clear. Thank you for the 3 twists, and now we're going to work on the inboard CDU lid. So you can open lid 2, going back to the inboard side of the BDCUs.
Lock bags on my BRT.
All right, copy that. And once you're all ready, you can translate to S6B CDU to join Kayla. And you're going to go back to the radiator side of the S4 IEA and then outboard to the BCDUs.
The center MLI loop on the inboard edge tore as I was pulling it to separate the Velcro, but one end is still attached. And it's not the one we need to secure it down, so I think it's not a big deal, just letting you know.
And what about the loop, Kayla?
There is a loop that is sewn down on two ends, and one end came free while I was removing the Velcro.
Okay, copy. Yep, no concern for today, but thanks for those words. And it's not the one you're using to attach it to the wire tie. Copy. Thank you.
Yep, good copy.
Get my tethers in a better config here since the safety tether wrapped around the starboard key cart. I'll start heading your way.
Take your time.
All right, Kayla, it looks like you're heading back towards handrail 2008.
Confirm.
All right, and then we're going to do the same thing, the opposite direction. Fold the inboard loop side under the lid to form a triangle. The looped edge will stick out from underneath the body of the lid flap, pointing outboard. And we expect it to lie on top of lid 1 that we just tied down.
Roger that.
Now 3 hours and 55 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron, EV1 with the red stripe, and Chari, the suit with no stripe,
Verify the gauntlets are in place and
has completed a 3A modification kit and now has begun the tieback multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation.
nice origami skills again. I see you attaching it to the wire tie, and that looks good. And once you're done, just verify both EWIS antennas are clear, Kayla.
You say again the verification you're looking for?
The EWIS antennas, the two conical devices inboard and outboard of the folded antenna.
Clear.
I'm sorry, of the folded lids. Copy, they're clear. Thank you.
They're clear.
Okay, and then if you could take a look at the MLI, specifically the MLI that's around the B CDUs, and make sure that that's not deformed, that we'll have access to both ORUs.
Might be able to give you a better call on that when I head over towards the bolts. Right now I'm still just kind of looking at the edge where I folded.
Copy that. And we're also going to want some photographs, and then you can stow the camera in the crew lock bag. So over to you when and where you take those photos. But then you can get rid of that camera into the crew lock bag once Raja makes it out to you. If you want to, you can stow that camera.
Photos from this angle.
My fair leave out here, Ike, is just to keep it off the BGA, correct? Not a particular.
Affirm to keep it off the BGA. That's correct.
And Ike, the MLI not look deformed. It's maybe a little bit pulled towards the folds, but it looks really clear for a robotics corridor, from what I understand.
Okay, copy that. Good words. Thank you. All right, and then some more photographs. We'd like to see the final config of the MLI, and also if you could get the EWIS antennas in the field of view. And then option for you, once Roger makes it out, you can stow that camera in the crew lock bag.
I might be able to get the antennas in the field of view. Trying, but it'd be hard.
Yeah,
I think
best
I've
effort.
got the
Best effort on
one.
that. Okay, thank you.
To your left, Kayla.
And from this angle, the folds are blocking the antenna, my view of the antenna, so I can't get this. I might be able to get better pictures when I go to the other side of the inboard side.
Okay, yeah, we copy.
And I'm okay hanging on to my camera for now.
Okay, thanks, Kayla.
Ready for your words on torque, brake, and reset.
I'm going to put the crew lock bag down here on 2028.
Okay, yeah, so you can drop the crew lock bag in a position for you to access H1 bolts, and we have a recommended location, but something for you two to decide. You can do a socket swap and put a 7/16 6-inch rigid socket onto your PGT, Roger, or you can work together and hand off the ratchet wrench. Either of those is okay with us. Just let us know.
I'm right here, Raja. I think it's easy to hand it off.
Okay.
But your call, though.
I think that makes sense.
And I've got the ratchet wrench in my hand if you want to give me the first bolt we're driving here. Breaking torque on.
I'm just dumping the crew lock bag, but we don't actually need it then if you've already got the ratchet, correct?
Yep, I've got a ratchet wrench and a long PGT, so.
Okay. Let me drop this off and then.
Yep, and handrail 2028, Roger?
2026 then.
Okay, 2026 works as well. 2026.
Roger, what I'd suggest here is I can break torque on BCDU1 with a ratchet wrench and pass it to you.
Okay.
And while I'm resetting torque with my PGT, you can break torque on the next one, and then I'll hand you my PGT for it.
Sounds good. Let me get set up here.
Okay, and we copy, and we like that plan as well.
And can I get a go to break torque on BCDU1?
Okay, on BCDU1, the outboard, H1 and H2, 1/4 to 1/2 turn. H1 first.
Mark.
Now with the tie back on the multi-layer insulation on the spare battery charge discharge unit, Kayla Barron is now breaking torque and resetting bolts on spare battery charge discharge unit H1 to support robotic replacement or relocation.
H1, torque broken, a 1/4 turn.
1/4 turn on H1. Copy, moving to H2.
Torque broken on H2, quarter turn.
Copy, a quarter turn on H2, and you can either hand off the torque wrench to, the ratchet wrench to Roger, or you can stow it on your workstation.
I'd recommend handing it off if you're okay with that, Roger.
Yep, and you want me to position over here? You want me to try to get it from...
I can hand it to you. If you want to put a red on it and take mine off.
The local back question.
Take your time.
And Roger, you're going to break torque on BCDU2, the inboard ORU, and Kayla, you're going to reset torque on the one you just broke torque on. And I've got PGT settings when you're ready, and we're going to go H2 and then H1.
Okay.
And so, Roger, if you get to it, you've got time. You can break torque on H1 a quarter to a half a turn, starting with H1. And Kayla, starting with the two you just released, H2, alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Copy that, starting H2, alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Good read back on H2.
Roger has the ratchet wrench, and he'll work on getting in position over there. Okay, I have alpha 6, clockwise 2 set.
Good read back, Kayla.
And I'll get in position over H2.
And H2, alpha 6, clock 2.
On a must to bump the off switch on my PGT, so I'm going to recal it, and then I'll do the turn.
Copy.
All right, I can do an H1 or H2 first, sorry, you probably told me.
You're starting with H1, 1/4 to 1/2 turn, braking torque on H1, BCDU2.
Okay, I'm back in alpha 6, clockwise 2, and I'll do H2.
That's correct for Kayla. H2, you're able to go to drive.
There's 1/2 turn on H1 on the inboard.
Copy inboard BCDU, 1/2 turn on H1. You have a go to release brake torque on H2.
I've got a green light. Torque is 8.5, and that was maybe a quarter of a turn.
Copy on H2, 8.5 on the torque, quarter turn, green light. You have a go to move on to H1.
Sure. Green light, 8.4 on the torque, about a quarter turn on H1.
Copy BCDU1, H1, quarter turn, green light. Good torque reset. Good ORU. And Kayla, we're going to use the same PGT settings to reset torque on the inboard BCDU2. So over to you on the handoff, or are you doing that?
Yeah, if Grinder's good with it, I'll just hand him my PGT. It's over there.
And H2 first.
And
H2 torque is broken, sorry, 1/2 turn.
Thank you. Half turn on H2.
PGT now.
Okay, PGT, same settings. You can stow the ratchet wrench on your in the crew lock bag or on your mini workstation and get ready to PGT.
Okay, for now I've just got it tethered to my mini workstation. And as soon as I'm done with the PGT, I'll send that back to Kayla. She's still on her right.
Okay, that works. Alpha 6, clock 2, and we're going to start with H2.
Okay, starting with H2. Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Good readback.
If you're just joining us, we are 4 hours and 8 minutes into today's spacewalk, where NASA astronauts Kayla, Barron, and Chari are currently breaking torque and resetting bolts on spare battery charge-discharge units.
One turn, looks like 8. Good green light, 8 filings, 8.1, H2.
One turn, green light on H2. You have a go to drive H1.
About an hour earlier, the crew completed the 3A modification kit.
And that was half a turn, green light, 8.2 on H1.
H1, half a turn, green light. I show a good CDU2. Now you can stow the ratchet in a crew lock bag.
A modification kit is the support structures needed for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
That's our extra TPA bag ratchet. Just RSA.
Okay.
And Ike, I'm going to go back toward 2008 to see if I can get good pictures of the inboard antenna for you.
Okay, copy. Good plan.
I can get a picture of it from right here, too, if you want. I can see it.
I have to go this way anyway, Roger.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything else, so I'll do it. Right, at least if I'm too close, I'll let you know.
All right. I can come back over there if I need to. Swing my feet around. Can you see if my tether stays underneath? If I have it right back there further.
Right now it's in front of you.
Okay.
Now it's crossing over your left ankle.
With time permitting, being almost an hour and a half ahead of schedule, the duo will complete some get-ahead tasks, which include breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
And hey,
I
Roger.
think I got good pictures for you.
Awesome. Thank you for those, Kayla. And Roger, over to you on where we're going to put that ratchet wrench. You can hold it on your workstation for a while until you get back to the strut bag, or you can stow it in the crew lock bag.
I'll put it in the crew lock bag if I can find the place for it.
That sounds good.
Is the next thing we're in the break and torque with it?
Okay, so let's,
not yet.
when Raja finishes that, I'll give you guys a big picture and get your, how you feel about it. So give me 1 minute.
Okay. Stand by.
And yes, just to set the stage for you guys, you're about an hour and a half ahead, doing great. You're flying through these most recent tasks. And so I'll tell you what we're thinking, and you let us know what you think. Roger, give me a call when you're done with that ratchet wrench.
Yep, well, do you happen to know offhand if there are any free wrenches in this bag? Otherwise, I'll pull the adjustable before I pull everything out looking for it. Let's use my other adjustable. I'm thinking all the integrals are already used out there.
Yeah, there may not be one in that bag, Roger, but you have quite a few, or you have an adjustable on you that you can use and be okay with that.
Yep, I'll just do that. Just realized, Kayla, since we never opened the Kulak bag, I never took the GoPro out when we got here, but that's okay.
No problem. Nice to have.
Right, second ratchet wrench is now back in the bag.
Do that.
The GoPro back in. I assume this Kulak bag is going to wind up back on my BRT.
Okay.
I think you'll bring it back in board with you.
Affirm. That's correct, you guys. And so you can start working on that if you can spare some brain bites to listen to this. The big picture, we're looking at the bolt breaking torque on the bolts on the 3 alpha IEA. We'll move to that, get ahead, and then we'll move to the 1 alpha bolts as well. And then that's about an hour's worth of tasks, and that still leaves us about 20 minutes to do AMS. So how are you guys feeling about that?
We're feeling good about that plan, and maybe we could just check in after the 3 alpha before making the call to go to 1 alpha, but Raj and I are both feeling good.
Absolutely, we'll check in with you, and don't be afraid to check in with us. Okay, so with that, yes, Raja, you can retrieve the Kulak bag off of 2026 and put that on your BRT, and then we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Raja, your left helmet. It's the sun setting.
Okay.
You know.
And then, Kayla, we've got an audible for you when you're ready.
I'm ready for an audible.
Okay, so we'd like you to temp stow the strut bag out of the way of the S4 IEA ORUs as desired, and we've got recommended handrails. Once you get over there, I can give them to you.
Yeah, I'll head that way and take a look. You know when I'm there.
And we have about 40 seconds to a handover. EV1, when you have a free finger, if you could get your HECA on. And Roger, same to you, HECA and WVS on.
Get that in a minute here once I put down the local. And I got a green light on my HECA. Want me to power cycle it again?
Yes, please, Kayla. Power cycle.
Neither of my green lights are on. They both are on now.
Thank you, EV2.
I think we could probably just dot it out of our way, but I'm happy to move it if you think that's better.
And Kayla, I just caught the end of that. Was that for the ground or for Roger?
That was for you. I'm at the strut bag. Probably dot it out of the way, but maybe what I'd suggest is moving the bag to 2239, which is the handrail underneath the triangle. And then we should be able to kind of bat it inboard out of the way.
Okay, we'll go with that. 2239 sounds good.
And I got the crew lock bag on the BRT. Put up the locals and have them inboard.
Okay, before that, we'd like a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you, and then, yeah, you can proceed inboard after.
Okay, copy. My hat is dry. Another smudge on my left middle finger. Other than that, gloves look to be in good condition. And my gauntlets are down.
Copy. Left middle finger smudges. Otherwise, good conditions. Dry hat and gauntlets are in place. And you can now translate to S4 handrail 2206. That is inboard on the radiator side of the IEA, and then translate over to the non-radiator side via the inboard edge of the IEA, and then back outboard toward the where the strut bag was.
Keeping the crew lock bag with me.
Once you get to the 3 Alpha IEA, you can stow the crew lock bag as desired. And what we're moving to is the 3 Alpha bolt get ahead, so you want to have it in a place where you can access it, but it's not in your way.
Okay, where we can get to it. Okay.
We'll need the ratchet wrench from that bag, Grinder.
Copy. Try to decide if we want it more on the inboard corner or just bring it all the way out to where we're at.
And the inboard corner would be a better spot for the end of the task if you feel comfortable translating with the ratchet outboard to the first ORU.
Yeah, I don't mind. When it's ready to put away when we get there.
Now, 4 hours and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, the EV crew has completed a tieback of the battery charge discharge unit multi-layer insulation and are approximately 90 minutes ahead of the timeline. The crew will begin braking torque on the 3A ORUs, which is part of today's get-ahead task.
We will want the scoop
The middle one.
to the middle one. Let me look at the map here.
ORU is orbital replacement units.
We'll want to get into it.
The middle one is the one that's recessed ORU. Between the more proud ones.
Right here, what I'm pointing at?
Yep.
Okay, so I can put the crew lock bag on 2204, which is right in front of me. That works.
And Kayla,
Like
before you
plan?
get going, can we have a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you, Kayla?
Yeah, we'll go. It works. The same as before, with some changes to my smudging. Some of it's rubbed off. Hap is dry, gauntlets are down.
Copy, dry hap, good gauntlets, and smudges continuing to translate. And, okay, all right, big picture plan is we're going to have EV2 lead. We're going to move RU to RU, and EV2 will break the torque on H1 and then H2, and EV1 will follow resetting torque on 2, then 1. So 1 to 2, and then 2, then 1. And, all right, so
Like a good plan.
we're going to do the releases 1/4 to 1/2 turn, and then reinstall with the PGT. And then we're going to start on the 3 Alpha 2 BCDU. That's the outboard BCDU that was near the forward outboard corner where you stowed the strut bag.
Roger, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at cuff checklist page 8.
Copy that. And so with the ratchet wrench, we want to release 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1, on 3 Alpha 2 BCDU.
For Roger with the ratchet wrench. And Roger, we are ahead and doing get ahead, so take your time.
Yep, I'm just trying to fix my BRT. I think I got spun around on the controls here.
Yeah, your knob's on top at the moment.
Yeah.
I need to loosen your outboard knob to get that joint to rotate. So you want to?
I think I will need to flip it 180 around, Joey.
I think if you push down on the joint that's coming out of the top knob, have more leverage. And now if you pull it the rest of the way around, it'd be how you usually have it. Yeah, don't rotate it anymore. Now, like, pull that around to the front. Yeah, there you go. No, you ended up back where you started, actually. So you had it right until you undid it. What you just did.
Pushing down seemed to work, I think.
Yeah. So push it down till the top knob's facing your feet, and it is now.
There we go.
Just grab the actual ball stack. Yeah, don't rotate it anymore that direction. Bring the ball stack forward.
Got it, or?
Yeah. Yeah, pull with your thumb. There you go. I think it flipped around again. Are you uncomfortable leaving it on top?
I just can't. It's yawing I can't tighten the yaw.
Okay. Want me to come help you with it?
I can get my hand on the knob. Just because when we're breaking torque, I'm not going to, I'm going to free spin. I think I can get my hand on this now to tighten it.
In an orbital nighttime, as the crew and the International Space Station fly over Turkmenistan.
I'm going to grab the ratchet out and I'll start moving that way. I just said in the current config, I'm not going to be able to break torque on things.
Barron and Chari, with extra time, decided to go forward with a get-ahead task, which includes breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
And so for this first one, we're going to break torque, and then we're also going to fully release H1. But starting with the ratchet wrench, we're going to break torque 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1.
I'll do a ret swap and I'll start moving that way.
Sounds good. No rush at all. All right, Roger, and you're going to the 3 Alpha 2 B CDU. That is the forward outboard RU.
H2 first.
And a couple cautions for you too. If the scoop is needed, do not use H2 for batteries on S4, and then avoid putting loads into the PFCS H1 or H2. And we can talk you onto those when you get close to them.
At H2 for a sec?
Both.
I think it's 1.
Hey, stand by for me for a second.
Stand by. Want me to tighten one of your knobs, Grinder?
Yeah, actually, I was going to position here. Let me try to position it inside here, and then I'll let you tighten it.
Okay.
I'm thinking I might actually lay on top of the IEA.
I think that's a good choice.
Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, no, I was just, we were just verifying something. When you guys are done adjusting that BRT, then you have a go to brake torque on H2. Excuse me. I'm sorry, no, negative. It's on H1. You have a go to brake torque on H1.
Okay.
H1.
H1.
Okay.
That ret, I think, is locked at the moment. That's connected to the ratchet. And what do you want me to do with your BRT here?
Yeah, I think it's the yaw joint, so anchor it down here.
You want it tightened?
So the one that, this one, yep. Thanks.
It's fully tight.
Okay.
I'll move outboard if you move your hand for a second.
That's okay. I can just go with this for now.
Hey, 15 seconds to handover. And if you get to it, you can do 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1 to brake torque.
Copy 1/4 to 1/2 on H1.
If you're just joining us, we are 4 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Kayla, Barron, EV1, donning the red stripes, and Chari, EV2, donning the suit with no stripes. They have successfully installed a 3A modification kit and tied back some multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units.
Copy, 1/2 turn on H1.
Being ahead of schedule, the two decided to move forward on some get-ahead tasks for a future spacewalk. They have begun breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
And 1/2 turn on H2.
Copy, 1/2 turn.
Yeah, I know it keeps.
1/2 turn on H2. And now we're going to fully release H1.
That'll be me, Roger.
So move out of your way.
To follow the leader protocol.
And then, Raja, if you want to just scoot over to the next ORU, it's the 3 Alpha 1, which is just one inboard. That BCDU is next. And Kayla, for you, I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
I'll let you know.
Bravo. Say again, Kayla.
I said I'll let you know in a minute.
Copy.
I'm just trying to get in position first. Might need to toll Rajas further outboard.
Yep, I can keep moving. I can also swing back in front of the IEA if that helps.
I don't want to block your access either, though. You just put them...
You're fine, as I can't do this until that one's done anyway.
Okay.
Okay, and hey, a reminder for both of you. Copy, yep. EV1 and EV2, just a reminder, you cannot tether, waste tether or mini workstation defector to the box that you're working on.
Okay.
I'll move by in a second. I'm not working on it. You can actually stabilize your legs here too, Kayla, if that helps.
I think I'm good. Ready for settings, Ike.
All right, Kayla, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 is set.
And you're going to fully release H1.
Fully release H1.
That's a good bolt. And Roger, on 3 Alpha 1, you can brake torque on H1, 1/4 to 1/2 turn, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'll wait until Kayla's done here. Right now, I can't move it quite yet.
And Kayla, we're expecting about 4 to 5 turns to release that, but we're going to fully release it.
Okay. And I believe it's fully released. I actually did about 10 turns, and the little like spring-loaded lock unlock thing is ratcheting as I drive.
Copy. I think that means it's fully released. All right, H1 on 3 Alpha 2, and now we're going to reinstall H2. I've got PGT settings for you, Kayla, when you're ready.
Ready?
Alpha 6 clockwise 2. Alpha 6 clock 2.
I'm going to see if I can stay on the forward edge here, so that we can work simultaneously.
Okay.
I can stay out of your way. Got my vector, and then I'll set those PGTs.
Copy.
There it goes. Reach. All right, Alpha 6, you said?
Affirm, good copy. Alpha 6 clock 2.
Alpha 6 clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, and you're going to drive to torque H2. H2.
North.
And I'm lining up to get H1 of the next unit here, the one inboard of where Kayla's working.
Copy, yep, that's 3 Alpha 1, the middle BCDU, and you can release brake torque on H1, 1/4 to 1/2 turn.
And I think I got a red light, low torque. Ever go to try again?
Okay, affirm, get in a good body position, and you can hit it again.
Green light, half a turn, 9.5 on the torque.
Copy, green light, a 1/2 a turn. What were your total turns on that one?
Let's say half turn total.
Copy, 1/2 turn on H2.
That's correct.
Okay, and stand by for us, please. Can you check the PGT settings on that one, Alpha 6 clockwise 2?
And it's actually an Alpha 7. Might have gotten bumped when I was recalling it.
Okay, copy, stand by.
H1 torque is broken, 1/2 turn.
Copy, 1/2 a turn on 3 Alpha 1, H1.
H2.
Mirage is coming back this direction if you want him to brake torque
1/2
again.
a turn on H2.
Which one?
Okay, Kayla, that H2 is good as is. We're going to continue. And Roger, copy that you broke torque on H1 and H2 on the middle BCDU.
H1, correct? H2 is in work, actually.
Okay, H2 in work, copy.
H2 is broken, 1/2 a turn.
Copy, 3 Alpha 1, H2, 1/2 a turn. And now we are going to reinstall H2 on the middle, the CDU. And Kayla, it will be Alpha 6 clockwise 2 when you're ready.
I'll head over there once grinder heads further inboard.
Out of the way. I'm watching your tethers right underneath my ERT here, Kayla.
Okay, give me a stop.